You haven't abandoned me, Quinn. The world has forsaken us all. Loneliness is the universal new reality. With the pandemic came the observation that every system was breaking, but the truth is that these systems were already broken. That includes our marriage. I know I'm not supposed to blame myself. I'm supposed to grieve without guilt. Cemeteries are meant to be places of rest, of peace, in the mind as much as on the grounds. I know you didn't mean to hurt me. I just didn't expect to be burying my own husband at this age. I was only gone 2 weeks. Did you think I had left you? I was going to come back. I came back. I came back from El Salvador. And remember when I fled to Brooklyn That first year we were married, I came back. Artifacts from a moment in history, a moment that may not end. Purgatory. Hello? Hello? Yeah, hi. Yeah, I can't. Who? The funeral home. Yeah. Right. Yeah, this is Sirena. I know the payment's due, but I don't have the money. Yeah, there's no business at the gallery right now because of the pandemic. Everything's shut down. Yeah, I closed my doors back in March. Right, but can't you make some kind of exception? No, I don't have an online store. Everything at the gallery is in person. We put the art up on the walls and we have openings and people make appointments and they come in and they buy the art that they see on the walls. I don't have an online store. No, it doesn't work that way. No, my clients like to see the art in person. I know the payment's due, but I don't have the money. Okay. 30 days with interest. Yeah, I understand. I'll look into doing some kind of online store. Sure. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Bye. When you grieve, the world keeps spinning. Is that why you left, Quinn? You were tired of the world spinning? Tired of running a gallery you didn't love? Should I have stayed in Brooklyn and never started this business at all? It doesn't matter now because the business is here and I have the loans to prove it. Not to mention the debt for your funeral. Now I have to create an online store with no inventory. All of the leftover pieces from the last show, the ones artists haven't picked up yet, the ones you curated, Quinn. Too bad they're all paintings I hate. If you were here, you'd tell me to paint ones I liked better. Like making art is so easy. Like shifting realities. Speaking of shifting realities, would you have me take back the trip to El Salvador? We could pretend I never went. That my research grant was a farce.
Hey, how's it going?
That I'm not writing a book because I'm not. And you could return to Earth. Or I'd even take a smaller shift in reality. One where I speak to Terry as much as she wants. And I need.
How you doing?
Let's just put the pause on this whole how are you thing during quarantine.
Yeah. No, seriously. What'd you say?
How's your gallery going?
Well, I have to make this online store. So I owe the funeral home a ton of money. They put me on this payment plan so that I can pay off everything for the funeral. But I don't have any way to do business right now except online. But what do I know about social media?
You can teach yourself. You're smart. You got this.
They never taught us any of that in school. Like, I know art history, I know how to frame stuff, I know how to put things on walls. But,
But you're smart. You can wait, I'll help you.
You will?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should. I'm gonna sell your art anyway. Come on. Yeah, you should help me.
Yeah. How about we come up with a plan or something?
Okay. You're serious, though. You mean it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're just sitting at home, right? Like, what else do you have to do?
Game plan. What is it?
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll do some research, you do some research.
So maybe we should get some sleep, rest.
Are you saying that because of my hair?
Not exactly. I just think it's helpful.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm laughing like a lunatic. I'm so tired.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah. I'll email you.
Okay.
Bye.
That's good. Talk to you later.
Yeah, talk to you later.
Our first anniversary in that hotel by the sea. Your hair glistening. Our hands entwined. Endlessness. That was love. And now I seek but find that love ruptured. How do I breathe as the pipes burst? Water in my lungs. You, my phantom, floating through the bowels of this city. I wander through those same bowels, never catching you. Every day is a new day to create a new self, you'd say. You used to ask, why was I selling art when I couldn't make it? All the shit that's on the walls, couldn't I make better shit? People will buy piss in a jar. Why wasn't I selling my own work? Or at least my own piss? Was I waiting for inspiration to strike? Was I making another excuse about education and training? Did I need nourishment? What kind of nourishment? All an artist does is dream and sigh a translation of it. That is expression. You knew even less about marketing than I did. I can make the work, but I can't use my name. So to honor the dead, I'm taking your advice. Half of it anyway. May fortune follow. I don't need fame. To make art, to be an artist, one must sacrifice all other desires, or at least learn to compartmentalize them, control them. But I am still human, Quinn, still made of flesh and nerves. I get distracted too.
Hey,
Hey.
what's been going on? Have you been?
Uh, uh, I wasn't even sure about making this call, honestly.
Oh
But I know
no.
it had been so long since we talked, and um, Quinn killed himself.
No. I'm so sorry. Oh my. How did you find out?
Um, I I found him in bed.
Oh no.
Yeah, he
Oh, I'm so
overdosed.
sorry.
Yeah,
Does anyone else
thanks.
know? Or
Uh, almost no one. I mean, I told my parents and I told my best friend, Beth, but she actually called me the day it happened. We were supposed to talk that day.
wow.
So we talked almost right after I found him.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Wow. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, my
thanks.
heart's so heavy with pain for you.
Thanks.
My
Um,
prayers are with you so much. You have no idea. Really. Right from here.
he
I'm so
left
sorry.
he left a video recording instead of a note.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Um, I watched it once. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know if I'm gonna keep it or delete it or what.
You, you have time to think about that. Just,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm so sorry you're going through this.
Yeah, and in the middle of all this shit too.
I know, right?
What about what about you?
Oh, my problems are small potatoes compared to yours. I'm having trouble getting my stimulus check. I call and it's just like an endless loop. They hang up on me. I
Yeah.
get nowhere. And my boyfriend is an essential worker. As you know, he's a nurse, so he's working all kinds of hours,
Oh
making contact with
yeah.
all kinds of people, and he has to change right at the front door because he's made contact with so many people. I am actually afraid to have him just come in his regular clothes.
Yeah, I believe it.
It's madness. Horrible. 2020, the movie.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
I've had like 2 months to process all this. And
wow.
still, I mean, everybody is suffering right now. I get that. Um, it's just this on top of all that.
No, you're like super suffering. You have you have suffering to the nth degree.
Not that it's a
I don't blame you.
competition, right?
Was there were you ever gonna have any kind of service, or is it too early for that, or did
Oh
you
yeah,
not?
so we did. We did, and it was
Oh,
just my parents and me.
wow, really?
Yeah, they didn't want anybody else to show up. They wanted to keep it as small as possible. But
Okay.
that's part of the problem. Now like we still had a coffin and everything. I didn't have him cremated, and I owe a lot of money.
No.
Yeah, and it wasn't quite as expensive as it would have been otherwise, but it was still a lot of money.
Of course. Especially
And
right now.
yeah, and the art gallery, like, we're not selling anything. The walls are empty. I can't have clients. Nobody wants to come in right now. I can't just be open to the public. Uh, so the funeral home was saying that I should start some kind of website. I should sell the work on there. We just have like a
Hmm.
really simple site. We don't have e-commerce or anything. And now I have to like completely teach myself how to do this. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
quite a
shit.
task.
Hold on. That's a funeral home calling now. Fuck. Yeah, because of course I'm late on payment. Sorry, I have to
Listen,
take
I'll be praying
this.
for you so much.
Thank you.
Oh,
Okay,
oh,
take
I'm so
care.
sorry.
Yeah, yeah, we should talk
Thank you
again
for touching.
soon.
I'm here if you need to talk.
Yeah, thank
Sorry.
you. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Hello? Yes, this is Sirena. No, I don't have the money. I don't. If I did, I would have paid you already. Okay. Another 30 days. Yeah, that's what I need. I understand that you are going to charge me interest. I get that. Yeah, I'll pay the interest. Whenever I can. Yes. Okay. 30 days. Another 30 with interest. Thank you. Bye.
May 2020, my recurring pandemic dream. 2 months after El Salvador, my first time in the motherland. 2 months after finding you in the bed with the pill bottle. A nightmare. You know, Quinn, you can never spray away all of the anxiety. You can scrub and scrub and scrub, and it will live on. A damn virus of its own. Whiling away the hours, a fantasy. The gallery becomes less lonely when I have an imagined audience. Even if it's just me, and maybe you, a ghost. The fact is, I have no audience. I am alone. I don't believe in angels. I believe in debt.
Well, I'm happy that you saw this watercolor on the Facebook page and expressed interest in it. I'm just gonna hold it up, give you a little closer look. Let me know if there's anything you want to see more of.
Yes, I did. I did see it on Facebook. It's very different. I think, do these different platforms have different colors for their cameras? Do you know? The color seems much more green. Where on Facebook it seemed more amber. I'm not certain. I don't really know how this works.
Yeah, that's a good question. So down here, there's some more yellow.
That's
over
yellow.
Here, yeah, over here it's more green and brown. And I would say here is where the amber is. In fact, I have a little lamp over by my desk. Let me bring it closer
Okay.
And see if that
Thank
helps
you.
out a bit. Because that is an important question. The aesthetics here.
Yes, and the accuracy of the saturation also. What really caught my eye were the coronaviruses floating outside. I wanted to make sure that that was a deeper red than what it appeared to be in Facebook, and I can see it is.
Yeah, it's almost
Very nice.
crimson.
And now the blue object next to the wonderful coronaviruses, are those lungs
Yes.
or those? Oh, those are lungs.
Yeah, yeah.
I wasn't sure. I thought that they might be seemed like a dress of some kind of garment.
Ah,
But
no, they're
no,
lungs.
wonderful, wonderful. I see. Okay. So I was wondering about the possibilities of framing, or uh, what are the options here?
Yeah, sure. So, in the photos you sent of your home, I noticed all these beautiful wood accents. In fact, you've got those gorgeous doors behind you. What do
Thank
you
you.
think of matching the frame to those doors?
I think that that could be wonderful. What sort of wood options are available?
I'm going to have to check with my supplier to see exactly what I can acquire right now, but I'm sure that I can get a few different options that are within that color range.
Right, or possibly, I mean, it's just, I mean, it's been awful for all of us with this lockdown. And I like to cycle all the art in the home every 6 months. So I'm thinking about going for a more blonde wood.
Oh,
So it
sure.
wouldn't actually reflect it. I don't know if that's going to be possible, or if blonde woods are even available now, or if it's possibly on some kind of endangered
Yeah.
species list. But it would be wonderful if that could happen. Um, but
I'll have to look. So most of my customers have been requesting just a standard white gallery frame with a white mat. Some of them have asked for an off-white mat, but for the
mhm.
most part, it's been the same look. I just got excited by some of the details I saw in your home and thought it would be nice to go with what you have there. But we could
Yeah,
also do
right. And anything but a white frame, I think. And
okay.
I don't anticipate actually physically being in a gallery again for the rest of my life. So I'm thinking that more. I saw an amazing story on the news today where they were using robots to do walkthroughs of the gallery. I don't suppose you have anything like that. I mean, not now, but maybe in the future, it's something for you to consider. A robot with the client's face on a monitor. So it's just much more of a personal interaction. It might be something to consider.
Wow.
Anyway,
No.
I'm not one to tell you how to do your business, of course, but I just think
Honestly,
it would
I'm
be
open to suggestions. I just got a Facebook page, all right?
okay. Well, that's wonderful. Then I'm very excited.
I like this idea with the robots, though.
It seems like it's the future. I'm thinking I might just do all of my dealings that way. I don't know if you could rent a robot in space, or you would own one that maybe you could Uber to a location. I have no idea how this would work, but it's
Yeah, neither do
fascinating.
I mean, honestly, right now, I don't have any work on the walls, which is very unusual for me because prior to this pandemic, my gallery really was just a walk in off the street or make an appointment, visit the
Right, right.
gallery kind of business. Everything was conducted in person. But we closed a show right at the beginning of March.
Oh, I see.
So the
Wow.
timing just, yeah, was horrible. But it means that I've gotten to go into storage, pick out work from there, make some of my own new work. Um, yeah, maybe I can bring a robot down to the archives.
That would be wonderful.
All right, so let me check with my supplier. I'm going to email you a spec sheet of everything that's available, what the prices are, what kind of matting I would recommend for different woods. But you're interested in blonde woods primarily.
Yes, yes. I
Okay.
think I'm going to go for a blonde wood period for the entire place.
Yeah, that sounds
Once we're
good.
allowed to leave, it'll be celebratory. I'm hoping.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Art. I really appreciate it. Please stay tuned for my email. It should be coming at the end of the week. All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
When the spell of polite conversation breaks, I remember. You're dead, and I'm not sure I can finish writing my book about the contemporary artists of my motherland, and the pandemic rages on, and I must sell paintings.
Veronica, so nice to see you.
Hi! It's so good to see a face.
Yeah, just any face, right?
Yeah, totally. I feel like I've just been stuck in my craft room for like a month. So
Yeah.
I'm super excited. I'm super excited for this painting. I think it's gonna fit my whole aesthetic look really nicely. Can I see it again?
Yeah, of course. So this is the watercolor.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to give you some details.
Interesting.
Yeah, so you can tell it's pretty small. It's 12 by 9, and it's just on watercolor paper. It's not on canvas.
Now, is the watercolor paper sourced locally?
Oh, no, it's not.
I
I have to be honest with you.
Yeah, I just have to write that down real fast.
But the artist is local.
Just a second.
And I know that she frequents a local art supply store. She actually went to VCU, which, as you know, is right here.
What's the story? What's the story with the painting? What's the essence? Tell me the myth.
Yeah, so it's an abstraction of a coral reef. She was inspired by the colors, by the lines, and she tends to paint very expressively, very quickly. This one actually has no pencil or ink marks. It's just pure paint. So it was done, from what I understand, in one go. Just swish, swish.
Don't we all want to live like that? It's great.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what about the framing? What about the mat? What can we do?
Yeah, so with this, I would recommend my tried and true white mat, white frame. Really just standard. I personally love the white cube look, but it's also so versatile. You have a lot of neutrals in your home. From the photos that I saw, you do have some rich accents here and there. I would say with this, just let the colors of the painting pop. Don't let the frame detract from that at all. We could do the mat as a slightly different color, like maybe the mat is an off-white or like gray, and then the frame is white. But I usually prefer to do them both the same color, so there's more of a seamless look. Some clients prefer to have a little bit more of a contrast between the mat and the frame. For this, though, I wouldn't, again, because there's so many colors, I wouldn't recommend a matte in anything other than a white or an off-white, possibly light gray.
I really like both. What if we did a matte on a matte?
Oh.
A matte on a matte. And then the frame, which, I could build the frame. I have a whole wood shop outside, and I have this saw and, lots of tools that have just been sitting there for months. And I'm sorry, it's just very emotional for me because,
I'm sorry, I'm just cracking up because you're cracking up. I'm not trying to be rude.
I inherited the wood shop. So, I'm just making things, frames.
Yeah, I mean, I love when customers add their own personal touch. I mean, I can really just ship this to you,
Mhm.
of course, very carefully packed, but I don't have to do the matting or the framing. Those are all additional services anyway. The price that we discussed really only refers to the work on paper and nothing else.
If I get good at this, do you think maybe we could collaborate? I could be the matter and frame maker, and you could, sell paintings. It's just a thought, it's. I'm getting good. I'm getting
Yeah,
really
I
good.
mean, I'm definitely up for discussion. I'm still working out all this online stuff. I don't really know um,
Mhm. Mhm.
exactly
Mhm.
where it's headed. As I mentioned on the Facebook page, this is a new website. All the social media is brand new. This is the first time I'm doing the client consultations. I'm reinventing my business.
Yeah, we're reinventing ourselves. I never thought I would be a carpenter.
Yeah.
No, but here we are. Here we are. Okay. The painting sounds great. I think I might even
Yeah.
just put it in my wood shop. It might go in my wood shop. It might
Okay.
go in my shop. It might go in the study. I don't know. Maybe the library. My house isn't really that big, but it's it has all those things. So.
Okay, so I'm going to email you everything about the shipping options, and you can decide what you'd like, and I'll get this to you.
Perfect.
All right?
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Veronica. Take care. Bye.
You too. Bye.
Mr. Broder, so nice to meet you on video chat.
Yes, yes, yes. This is Serena's gallery?
Yes, Sirena, Sirena. It's
Oh, Serena,
Spanish for
Serena. Okay,
mermaid.
okay.
I love your
Um,
hat.
well, thank you, thank you. Even when you're indoors, you gotta, be stylish.
Yeah, I see. Well, I have both of the watercolors that we talked about.
All right.
As you can see, they're pretty small. They're both 12 by 9
Okay.
inches. So
Okay.
just like watercolor pad size. I'll show you some of the details on this one.
I see. All right. And it's all watercolor, or is there other mediums?
This one has some ink on it. You can see the ink in the outlines. It's all the black that you see.
Oh,
And then some of the
lovely.
drips are also ink, but most of the drips are actually watercolor as well. Like
Okay.
the navy blue drip is watercolor, the brown drip is watercolor, but all the outlines are ink. And then on this one, the panda, there is some ink as well. You can see some of the design in the panda's face, and in the background, that's all ink.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
And can you tell me about the artist? Because I'm looking to support local artists.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Yeah. So the artist for both of these is Chrissy Sloan, and she is based in Richmond.
Mm.
So most of the artists that I represent are in the South and the Mid Atlantic. I have started to represent a few abroad, mainly
Mm.
in Mexico and El Salvador, because that's where I
Ah.
have some connections. But yeah, the vast majority of the artists are based in the South and a little bit in the Mid-Atlantic. Where are you based?
Right now, I'm quarantining in Northern Virginia.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so not that far, really.
No. It's a little place in Fauquier County at the moment.
Oh, are you on a farm?
There's a lot of green, but it's not exactly a farm.
Okay, yeah, I noticed that you were interested in a lot of the animal and the nature
Mhm.
artwork, so I thought there might be a specific
Yeah.
reason. So, for these pieces, are you thinking of putting them over your desk or in a study? They're kind of small, so I'm just
hmm
curious
hmm
about.
You know, I have been debating that where to best put them in my current abode. Um,
Well, if you give me a moment, let me go grab a print. I have a large print of one of the watercolors from the same artist. Just give me a
okay,
moment.
lovely.
So I just made this print for another customer, but I took Chrissy's painting and blew it up. This is 18 by 24, pretty
hmm hmm
big. In fact, let me stand up so you get a better idea of it. And I can go even bigger than this. I can safely blow up watercolors of this size to about 30 inches by 30 inches.
Okay.
So that's a good size to put over a sofa, which is a common place for my clients to put the work that they purchase. Also good to put over a bed.
Yeah, because I was thinking about the one with the eye or bed, specifically the guest bedroom.
Okay. Well, what I can
That's
do is email you a spec
okay.
sheet, and that has all the information about print sizes. Were you thinking of getting anything matted or framed, or were you going to do that yourself?
Uh, I mean, I guess it would be harder to transport if it's framed. Is that
Oh, I can ship all kinds of things. I have shipped 8 foot long framed paintings before, so
okay?
that's not really a concern.
Okay.
I know a lot of artists right now a lot of clients right now during quarantine prefer that I do the framing just so they don't have to go out anywhere.
No, that is true. That is
Okay.
true.
All right. So I will email you a spec sheet and then you can see all the different options that I would recommend for either of these watercolors, whether you get the original or a print. Okay?
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Sounds wonderful.
All right. So I look forward to talking to you soon, at least over email. Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Broder.
yes. Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
I stay in a motel sometimes when I don't sleep in the gallery. Then I don't have to lie in the bed where I found you. I watch TV to numb myself until one night the pain is too great. All color disappears as I realize what I've lost. Our child? Or what could have been? the last wisps of you somewhere inside of me. I didn't even know I was pregnant, but this spring was full of surprises. I may not be meant to produce a child, but I can produce art. For all the faults of my womb, I have my imagination. From that, I can create, and that I can share.
Designed the Cincinnati train station. And so he was a mother architect who joined conveniently to Art Deco. So it was always interaction between Europe and America.
As for the miscarriage, I must ignore it for now. Barrel ahead as if it's all ordinary. The website awaits. So much tinkering. I can publish it 1,000 times before I announce it to the public. Maybe I'll eventually have Terry look at it.
It's good. I have a few suggestions, so I'm probably going to email you about that.
Until then, all of the feelings rush through at once. Physical pain, joy for art making, a yearning for pleasure, regret for not hiding all of the pills from you. The river keeps flowing. The appointments keep coming in. I haven't lost my appetite, just my high tolerance. I don't need to write a nonfiction book. I shouldn't. My mind thrives on fiction, much like my heart. That's why I like tying up loose ends. Resolving fragments of my life gives me ownership of the narrative. Quinn, yours can't be the only grave I visit. I miss my parents. They have to know the family line won't continue, at least not through us. But I won't bother telling them directly. When I come near, they'll feel it. May their spirits rejoice in all else I bring to the world.
say hello. Online, not in person, because of social distancing.
Well, I know that you
Sí,
prefer
sí,
to
es
collect
Sirena.
artists
It's
from
Sirena,
Georgia.
Florida.
Sí, tengo un nuevo
Yes.
sitio
So
de
there
web.
is a feature on the website that would allow you to do that. It's pretty easy to filter artists by region, by state, all kinds of demographics actually, not just geography. Hello, yes, long time no talk. Yes, it's Sirena. I'm very Hola, soy
pleased with the
Sirena de la
website.
Galería de Sirena.
Yes, and we have an
in
online
Virginia.
store. It's brand
Sí,
new.
Virginia.
Yeah,
Claro,
brand
claro.
spanking new. I've spent a lot of time on it.
C'est
Definitely,
Sirena.
I've spent hours on this. I hope your family's doing well. Ah, merci. Did you get the new beach house? Et vous? Oh, well, you must be decorating it now. Have you thought about what kind of art you want there yet? I can definitely help with that.
Dear Sirena, it gives me no pleasure to write this letter, only pain. Like most things these days. That, of course, does not include you. You've been my light. No matter how dark and deep the cave, I knew to look for your glow. I only fear that I asked you to burn too bright. Even a candle, no matter how faithful or well constructed, needs to rest sometimes. You must have felt you could never go out, or else I would meander through the darkness forever. Who else would guide me but you? But I cannot ask you to be my constant fire. I need my own flame. Unfortunately, in all these years of seeking my own flame, I've discovered I do not have one, or have it in me to start one. At least not here, on this earth, as it is. In burning so brightly for me, the part of your fire that should burn for you, just for yourself, has started to dim. I knew it when you stopped making art. 5 years without painting. You, the artist. What happened to that fire, my love? We both know that I became the water to that flame. And not water in its beauty and power for creation, but water for its darkness and power for destruction. I'm sorry for all we did not have or will not have in this life together. With me gone, I hope you will find your fire to make art again. Yours, with love forever, Quinn.
Boom! Cuando mi abuela tenía 40 años, she posed for her portrait in a plaza, under the shade of an ochre cathedral and a set of dying palm trees, skinny as skeletons.
Abuela fluttered her lashes for a beloved local artist,
but refused to smile for fear that her dentures would plop out and land, bloop, in her fleshy lap. Today, I look at Abuela's sad eyes. Eyes blacker than jaguar fur. As they stare at me from the face of a pastel likeness that sits on Mommy's dresser.
It was my mother's dresser. Isn't it perfect?
Yes, the most perfect, Mommy. Era una mujer triste. Mommy's eyes startle like the eyes of a jungle cat caught by a flashlight.
¿Tu abuela? Or me?
Mommy pats the dried marigolds that encircle the portrait. Y me dice que
Todas las mujeres están tristes de vez en cuando. Pero estar no es ser.
The olive tree rosary under my pillow belonged to mi abuela and her grasping hands. Sometimes when the owl cries, I clutch the rosary until it grows hot in my palms and glows gold.
Your abuela's favorite saint was Saint Francis of Assisi. She believed in the kindness of animals.
What about the kindness of humans? I can hear the beans boiling from the pot on the kitchen stove. Mommy considers her answer.
No. She did not believe in human kindness.
A silence long enough to make me wonder if Eve thought Adam was a good man. I dare not ask, but Mommy reads my mind.
He was only a man, just like all the others to come.
The solemn saguaro stands guard outside my bedroom window. It only moves when a monsoon takes hold of it and thrashes it in the wind. This pompous cactus king does not scare me, but I fear what it holds. Brown bull lives in the saguaro's chest and screeches like a nervous heart. It never seems to leave, even when storms spill inkwells into the sky. Sometimes, I wish I could see myself through that bird's ancestral eyes. Growing a fetus requires no love, only a viable container. See, it's not love, it's science. That's why I'm here. Mommy's uterus accepted me. Her heart did not. My father's heart accepted me even less. I can only hope that God loves me, because Abuela is but a ghost. And ghosts cannot love.
Love is for the living.
A grave is a grave is a grave unless that grave belonged to someone you loved. But I never loved Abuela because I never knew her. I only knew her grave and the tears that Mommy shed when she pulled weeds from Abuela's tombstone. The grass seemed to grow brown where Abuela was buried, as if paupers did not deserve verdant grass like los ricos.
I paid for her funeral when I was 19. I couldn't afford better then. Oh Señor, haz de mí un instrumento de tu paz. Que allá donde hay odio, yo ponga el amor. Que allá donde hay ofensa, yo ponga el perdón. Que allá donde hay discordia, yo ponga la unión. Que allá donde hay error, yo ponga la verdad. Que allá donde hay duda, yo ponga la fe. Que allá donde hay desesperación, yo ponga la esperanza. Que allá donde hay tinieblas, yo ponga la luz. Que allá donde hay tristeza, yo ponga la alegría. Amén. It rained then, because God thought we did not deserve sunshine. Sometimes we listen to the desert's nocturnal hum for a sign, for a clue, for a dewdrop of hope.
Speak to me, sweet cacti. Tell me of my mother's pain. Tell me why she hurts. Tell me who tore out her heart and placed it on the blacktop in sacrifice to the sun. The Arizona sun cooks it, and I have no way to turn off the stove. It was Abuela's birthday, when I was collecting kindling from our parched yard. Then I spotted a snake slither out of the eye socket of a deer skull and into a hole that led straight to hell. No.
Maya. Maya. Listen!
Let me guess. Once upon a time, another Abuela fairy tale.
I have a story for you.
Estoy escuchando. I am so thirsty for Mommy's attention. Whatever she will give. Water. Oh, for the cactus woman. Rain down on me and I will drink. It doesn't matter if it's acid rain. Oh, no, 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 no. Ordéname.
Picture it. Abuela's wedding dress. All wisps of black silk embroidered with a single phoenix on its left side.
I played dumb, clown that I am. A phoenix?
Red and orange. like fire.
Of course, I've seen this dress before. Mommy kept it veiled in leaves of white tissue paper in the bottom dresser drawer.
Your abuela was such an elegant woman. That dress was the talk of the town. We should all be so elegant.
But storing the dress like that only trapped the garment's smoky stench. I knew because after all these years, ages after Abuela's wedding day, I could still smell the fire smoke.
Abuela's wedding took place high on the mountains on a winter's day.
She never names these mountains. I have never seen these mountains. I know nothing of these mountains in a motherland I have never visited.
The wedding was high enough to grace the brooding clouds before snow greeted the shivering guests.
Mommy used to say that before she came to this country, she had only seen snow on mountaintops, the sides of plains. It was one of those rare phoenix snowfalls. And the story about that is rare too, because it contains no mention of Abuela.
As they sat waiting, the groom, your abuelo, conjured a campfire whose flames roared in the face of a storm, and un jaguar who lurked in the reeds behind the altar. Can you imagine? Un jaguar!
I could. Yet, it was another one of Mommy's fanciful stories I doubted. Less so for the jaguar than for this. Abuela would never wed outside church walls.
I would have been horrified.
What did they do to it?
Nada. El jaguar vanished.
I never knew my gringo father.
It is I, Maya's gringo father. I am a ghost, a figment, an avatar. Maybe you've seen me, or have an apparition of your own. I'm great for filling in the blanks, at least making you believe I can.
All he left was the sperm that made me. And even then, I think Mommy's egg did all the work.
Mixed girl, mutt, half-breed, 1 part gold, 1 part mud.
At least Mommy's papi left her a pocket knife and chicle before he abandoned his family forever. What did my father leave me?
Left you some money, sure. It's worth more than a pocket knife and a pack of chewing gum, but I also gave you my genes. You know which side gave you all the good ones. It's like my grandfather always said, bet a spick, but never marry one. I wasn't going to poison my family's well. Have you seen our genealogy? Our family tree puts others to shame. We are the face of American heritage. I wasn't going to let some bedroom romp ruin our lineage. No. Not for some beaner. You were a mistake. I had to disown you.
No tengo ni hermanos, ni hermanas, ni tíos, ni tías, ni perros, ni gatos. Pero sí tengo una abuelita. A woman whose death makes her no less real, although She was never issued an invitation to my life. Mi madre me ama.
I'm Soyo.
Mi madre no me ama.
I'm Rot.
Mi madre me ama.
I am Seed.
Mi madre no me ama.
Mi madre
I am rot.
no me ama.
Mi
I'm
madre
rot.
me ama. I am fruit.
Mi madre me ama.
Mi madre no me ama.
I am fruit.
Mi madre no me ama. I am rot.
Mi madre no me ama. I'm rot.
Pero quizá mi madre me... Sometimes, Mommy sets a place at the dinner table for her dead mother. Sometimes, I slightly block the site with our miniature cactus centerpiece.
Do not sleep under palm trees, or bark scorpions may rain on you.
Unless, of course, you need to numb the pain of being alive, being unloved, being too hungry for all the world to feed you. Instead of a vase of flowers plucked from the roadside or a basket of waxy fruit, Mommy kept a mini cactus at the center of our chipped dinner table.
Mira! The quartz crowned the feet of the cactus. Qué lindo.
A plastic panther served as the plant's only company. Panther. Jaguar. Jaguar.
We never named the cactus or the petite panther. Even though we named everything. Good or bad.
I reluctantly watered the cactus once a week after school, using a mug bearing the words, "The Grand Canyon State," in bright marigold print. The last tenant left this as an eviction souvenir.
Hija, this is why you pay your rent on time.
But paying your rent on time does not make a home. It does not keep your mother from crying.
It does not make your mother love you more than she loves the dead. We are staying in this apartment forever. I am not moving again, so help me God.
Oh, Mommy. We're not going anywhere. In more ways than one.
to bring this aside. The Premier League.
Oye, paisano, tenemos vacaciones. Somos salvadoreños. Nos vamos para nuestro lindo país. Tengo vacaciones.
Quesadilla. A cheese-based bread so fluffy that it rests on the bed of your tongue like a pillow.
Abuela made hers hands-free. Her heart still moving in the kitchen.
Today, Mommy makes quesadilla bread because it is sweet, and Abuela is dead.
Corpses do not feast.
We feast as we shovel slice after slice into the bellies of our mouths.
This is how you become the memory of someone.
El Salvador, su orquesta, San Vicente. La fuerza musical de Centroamérica. Tengo vacaciones, voy para mi tierra a gozar la fiesta, que son tradiciones. Comenzó la fiesta, todos a bailar, la reina del pueblo van a coronar. Llevo mi carrito o me voy volando, muchos recuerditos llego regalando. Voy para las playas, me quiero bañar, también los mariscos quiero saborear. Soy salvadoreño, voy para mi tierra. Soy salvadoreño, voy para mi tierra.
Mommy taught kindergarten at the Catholic school at the end of our long and dusty road.
St. James Parochial School.
What's their motto again?
Building communities by honoring Catholic traditions.
Because of her job as an old-fashioned Catholic school teacher, Mommy had a calligrapher's touch. Her serpentine handwriting was just perfectly beautiful. So slender fingers. On Saturdays, Mommy sat at our dinner table and stared at the mini cactus centerpiece until the scrambled thoughts in her mind found the order of child school children, eager to drink from the water fountain on a fiery desert afternoon in July. Then she wrote.
Querida Madre, querida Mamá, querida Mami.
Her mood dictated the greeting, though I never gleaned more of her message. Mami me dijo que the postcards were for Abuela. Not me, a little nosy one. Sometimes she spread postcards out on the table and invited me to craft a message. She tried to entice me with pretty pictures and glittery gel pens.
Look, I just bought these.
I never followed her siren call.
Fine. Do your homework.
I had no words for Abuela. At least not suitable for a postcard. Why would I write?
I'll be here if you change your mind. I'm happy to make suggestions.
Querida Abuela, I resent you. You have robbed too much of my mother's love for me. I wish you were alive so I would never have to visit your ugly grave ever again.
Did you see the floral paper?
How do you sign up a postcard like that? Love, hugs. Sincerely?
Love, hugs, sincerely.
Stupid abuela postcard, abuela postcard, postcard, abuela postcard. I first discovered a photo of Abuela as a child in Mommy's overflowing makeup drawer. Makeup is her indulgence.
If I die tomorrow, I want to look good for St. Peter.
You're not dying tomorrow.
Ojalá.
The photo paper smelled like dying peace lilies. Abuela wore her spotted school uniform and smiled a true smile with dimples and teeth. But she could have been me. Although the photo was in black and white, I knew that her skin was the same shade of yellow as mine. Even her hands were shaped like mine. Or should I say my hands were shaped like hers. I wondered, when my mother looked at me, did she see the face of her madre muerta?
Abuela made her living by poking holes on tissue paper.
At least that would be the inelegant way of telling it. The way you explain her craft to a small child. All of the art in our house either featured Jesus or Abuela's matted and framed papel picado.
De colores se visten los campos en la primavera. De colores son los pajaritos que vienen de afuera. De colores es el arco iris que vemos lucir. Y por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí. Y por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí.
Those colorful creations haunted me.
De colores brillantes y finos se viste la aurora. De colores son los 1000 reflejos que el sol atesora. De colores se viste el diamante que vemos lucir. Y por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí. Por eso los grandes amores de muchos colores me gustan a mí. Los pollitos con el pío, 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 pío.
Ay, la gallina con sus pollitos.
Pío, pío, pío. Los pollitos dicen pío, pío, pío cuando tienen hambre, cuando tienen frío. Las gallinas buscan el maíz y el trigo, les da la comida y les presta abrigo.
La gallina busca el maíz y el trigo, les da la comida y les presta abrigo.
In every papel picado design, I saw my mother sobbing, staring off, praying fervently. Sometimes I wondered if it had been Mommy's tears that cut out the shapes and not Abuela's rusted chisel. Rusty as squeaking bones. Too sharp para los niños. The artist's magic wand cannot be seen as magic until the artist passes into that permanent era of blackness. Now even the chisel has a velvet-lined coffin.
Si vas en busca de problemas, les resultará.
If you go looking for trouble, you will find it. And because I went looking, I found it. The wedding album. A dusty book in a shoebox at the back of Mommy's closet. It was off-white with a lavender doily pasted on the cover. Oh, it smelled older than Mommy, which of course it was.
The Book of Secrets.
How could I resist opening it? I pulled the album out from its tiny cave, summoning the beast. Come out to play, Señora Secreto. From the first photo, I knew Abuela was pregnant. Her rotund stomach filled out her black dress as she hunched at the altar, all pride drained from her long and sallow face. So I flipped the pages. I learned that there was no cloud-kissing mountain, no almighty campfire. There were somber poses outside of a courthouse. There was a cake cutting in my bisabuela's kitchen.
Happily ever after.
I had fallen for another one of Mommy's cuentos de hadas.
Maya. Isn't this lipstick perfect?
The most perfect, Mommy. remember that you are human and not scorpion food.
Or a single feather lost by a roadrunner.
Or cactus fertilizer.
Or a coyote's last cry before the hunter's bullet bursts through the air at a speed that cannot be reversed.
Or the dirty chancla lost in the brush.
Or a spot of blood in the microwave.
Or a chewed up chicken taco on the edge of the picnic table.
Or the hairball rolling down the sidewalk.
Or your mother's nearly biggest regret.
Insert stories of rebellion here. With late night drinking in the desert, fast fucking on Scorpion's nest, and rancheras so loud their sound travels for miles. All the way back to Mexico. A million beer cans beneath a million stars.
Lizards sip beer and conk out at cacti feet.
Coyotes dance only as drunks do. But I did not raise you like that. Lo juro.
I am the founder of the Alcoholic Feast, as I am the founder of all Sonoran pleasure. Say hello to my sin, and my sin will introduce you to yours.
The formula is simple, okay? Steal your mother's car. Rip your t-shirts into styles that frame your tits. And drive too fast for the cops to catch you. The blur of brown breasts will stun them anyway.
Make your nest deep in the rocks, deep in the sands. You bring the party, and the jaguars will join you. Border Patrol is not invited. The street lamps are people as tall as sheriffs or saguaros, right before the swing of an axe sends them hitting ground and stirring up 1,000 dust clouds. Saguaros do not have eyes. But street lamps have eyes.
Sheriffs have eyes too, but they are red.
Red as desert flowers in the startle of June. Red as my legs turned that night, the night I stared into the sheriff's eyes, seeking a glimpse of a soul.
Girl, you get out of here! But he had no soul. He had a cock, as pink and squirming as earthworms drowning in the rain.
I slurred something back. I can't tell you what, but I hope it was obscene. Que te la pique un pollo.
Girl, you get out over here, you spicy Spanish senorita.
Obscene because at that hour in that dark alley with that much lust coating his throat, his thoughts must have danced to the tune of obscenity.
And I knew I had to fight fire with fire. Yeah! A fire
I tried to throw pebbles, but
Who's throwing pebbles at a jaguar?
he bared his teeth bigger than my head.
Skull crusher.
I might have screamed, "Socorro!" Or I might have whimpered it.
Socorro my ass!
Once he pinned me down, only my heart moved.
Delicious.
My heart became a hummingbird on the verge of death, beating faster and faster. So fast that it nearly stopped.
Your fear intoxicates me.
And you're already drunk.
Not too drunk to keep me from poking you.
Leave me alone.
Cool, when I'm done with you, I'm gonna leave you more alone than you've ever been.
Batting and kicking, I'm pushing. Proof? Pointless.
Jaguars are all muscle and you are all prey.
He thrust in ways I knew would leave bruises. He thrust in ways I knew would leave tears.
Did you hear me? I am the jaguar!
He thrust in ways too agonizingly loud for all of Garfield not to hear.
And he kept thrusting and thrusting and thrusting.
I don't need all. And I was stubborn.
No one answers the cry of the half-breed girl bleeding in the alleyway. She must rise in solitude. Two shooting stars pass before I brush myself off and stumble out of the alleyway.
I slunk through the same shadows as the jaguar who made me his prey.
I tried to divert my thoughts of sore inner thighs with thoughts of that city that hovers just north of Mexico.
Take me anywhere but Phoenix. Anywhere than where he pushed me to the ground and stung me like a scorpion.
I swiped my mother's car keys from the huddle of cockroaches in the kitchen, and I got behind the peeling wheel.
I took the crescent moon for company on the highway.
She sung to me as I replayed the rape in the cinema of my mind.
The coyotes kept their distance so I could hear their cries.
I wondered which of them I'd encounter a jaguar that night.
Passing 2 early morning hours is long enough to sober up and pass into a sleepy dreamland,
where you can trick yourself into imagining you were never attacked. Except your coño tells a different story.
The wounded one must drive on.
The wounded one must keep talking to the moon.
I might have dozed off if it were not for the pain. My back was still raw from scraping against the rocks where my rapist threw me.
My knees burned.
My elbows burned.
My chest burned until I went numb and lost grip of the wheel and nearly hit a saguaro.
You will live, I screamed. Not to the saguaro, not to the moon, but to myself.
Then I saw Tucson splayed across the desert, like I was splayed across the alleyway. Or maybe it was conquering the desert, like the sheriff had conquered me.
But that was not what I came to see. So, I turned around with a roadrunner's haste. For Phoenix. Phoenix. Where I would rise again. Exhaustion will embolden you to confess to your mother that you have been raped before you even touch your huevos rancheros. Mommy?
You will want her to spit out her coffee in black rivers on the kitchen table.
Please? You would want her to throw a pomegranate against the wall so it bursts into 1,000 fleshy seeds on the floor. Listen.
You will want her to smash her yogurt bowl or bend her spoon in half.
Listen to me.
What travieso convinced you to do Satan's bidding this time? Or does all that evil get into your head all by itself?
I didn't do anything bad this time. Someone did something bad to me.
I'm listening, but I'm only here for the truth.
This is the truth.
Is that everything?
You want her to be angry for you. But instead she sips her coffee and scoops pomegranate into her yogurt bowl before slowly stirring and taking a bite of the red and white concoction.
She is as still as the coffee in the pot until she says,
You are not the first woman or the last. I know you probably planned on spending the day with your amiguitos, but that will not be happening today. You will be spending the day with me.
Her eyes soften as she surveys my scraggly hair, chapped lips, dull skin. A scrape burns across my left cheek. My throat bears the welts of a good choke.
Your quinceañera isn't until next month. But you're already a woman.
I wasn't going to have a quinceañera anyway. I'm imagining my teen rebel self in a poofy pink dress.
I would have had you post for a photo at least. I knew you'd never do the church part.
I'm sure I've already been excommunicated. The dream.
Enough jokes. I have a story for you. The new woman in the family.
Haven't you already told me every story about Abuela there ever was? Whenever Mommy announced she had a story to tell, it was about Abuela. Haven't I made that clear by now?
Those were the stories when you were a girl. The stories are different now that you're a woman.
My cunt throbbed.
It took a beating to become a woman.
Abuela suffered like you.
Thus began the tale of how Abuela also met a jaguar's jaw and felt those teeth press against her throat until she fainted because she could not breathe.
Cactus thorns are no less painful for the unconscious.
Her body became a sieve as she bled out onto the sand. The desert still hears Abuela's heart thundering.
She killed herself after that. But you will not do the same.
How do you know?
I forbid it!
Now she throws the bowl of yogurt and pomegranate flesh had been sitting on the kitchen table, listening so attentively to the story.
The shards go everywhere. The pomegranates goes everywhere. The yogurt goes everywhere. We wear splatters of red and white, red and white, red and white.
Or maybe such a reaction from her is still your hope. I won't kill myself. But something inside of me is dead.
She is woman who sees. She is woman who sees. She is crone woman. Skull and bone woman. Moss and stone woman. Crone woman. Crone woman. Deep earth cave mother. Dark moon blood mother. Blood mother. Blood mother. She is woman who knows. She is woman who knows. She is hidden woman. She is shadow woman. Midnight cloak woman. Raven croak woman. Owl bat moth woman. Owl woman. Owl woman. She is woman who waits. She is woman who waits. She is death mother. She is birth mother. Earth mother. Earth mother. Earth birth death mother. She is north woman. Winter storm woman. Ancient hands woman. Wisdom woman. Old woman. Old woman. She is woman who sees. She is woman who sees. She is night woman. She is woman who sees. She is woman who sees. She is crone woman. Skull and bone woman. Moss and stone woman. Crone woman. Crone woman. Deep earth cave mother. Dark moon blood mother. Blood mother. Blood mother. She is woman who knows. She is woman who knows. She is hidden woman. She is shadow woman. Midnight cloak woman. Raven croak woman. Owl bat moth woman. Owl woman. Owl woman. She is woman who waits. She is woman who waits. She
Sleep doesn't come easily anymore. That's just as well. My dreams are disjointed, fractured, unsettling. Shards of broken glass containing fragments of images, memories. I can't tell if I'm dreaming or consciously thinking. I don't want to think. I want to sleep. I want to sink into oblivion and rest. Forget. But my mind won't switch off. The world has been grayer recently, with little flashes of color here and there. Red, orange, yellow, green, pink. Cascades of colors dance out at me from the darkness, as if my mind is sending symbols of hope. Fireworks. But then I just feel watched, surveyed, monitored, as if some shadow is staring down at me. I'm thinking of death again. Skeletons are dancing around inside my head, lunging at me. Their bones clatter like teeth. Teeth are bone too, aren't they? I don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking. I feel discombobulated, wailing at my own distorted reflection. I wonder, did I ever recognize my true self? Did I ever even see my true form? Do any of us know what we look like to others? Does it matter? Should it? My head hurts. I can't stop thinking about the storm. the one my mother always talked about. I need to think about colors and beauty, dancing, cheerfulness, joy, at least the illusion of it before the darkness takes over again. Life isn't like storybooks. I wasn't there, but I feel like I was because I heard about it so much. Confusion, chaos, panic, disorder. When I was younger, I got into watching vintage animation on YouTube. Skeletons danced in those segments. Death lurked closer in those days. The space between dreams and consciousness, life and death, sanity and insanity. And isn't that what it's all about? Doing your utmost to ensure that everything in your body stays in perfect harmony, flowing along healthily from head to toe, guarding yourself against illness and dysfunction and noise and chaos and bother. Madness is the ultimate bother. It disrupts everything and everyone around it. I should know. My father didn't keep his body aligned. His cells turned on him. Cancer. He sickened when I was 4 and died when I was 9. My mother never got over it. I adapted. Chaos, uncertainty, and disorder was the soundtrack of our lives. The average. The norm. Mother was familiar with chaos, if not immune to it. Her personality had been forged within the crisis of a storm. A violent hurricane that blew through her childhood town, taking her house and nearly her doll and displacing her sister. That set the stage for everything that happened later. All the confusion, all the darkness, and all the water. Water everywhere. Aunt Grace got well acquainted with water when she was 4, and my mom lost grip of her hand. She blamed herself forevermore, but she had only been 6 at the time. How much can a 6-year-old be blamed? I'm not 6. I'm a grown woman. I'm studying to become a fully fledged pathologist. I'm going to be married to Carter. He's a machinist. He's fit and manly, but also soft-spoken and gentle. I've adulted, I suppose. But my mind has other ideas. I prefer to keep my head in the clouds. That keeps it out of the gutter. Clouds remind me of angels. Aunt Grace never said much about them, but I suppose she believed. She certainly believed in mermaids, Atlantis. Anything watery was her obsession. She'd been carried away in floodwaters after my mother let go of her hand. It was only for a split second, just to keep her favorite doll from blowing away, but it was enough time for the water to surge and take Grace with it. They should have evacuated sooner, but my grandparents were immigrants with little understanding of English, and their television was on the fritz, so they hadn't been keeping up with the news. Then it was suddenly water. Water, water everywhere. By the time they made a run for it, the water carried Grace off. For 3 days, they searched for her body amid the ruins of the flood. It was assumed that she was dead, but 3 days later, she was found on the edge of town, standing outside the swamp, soaking wet and bleeding. It was strange because that area had been searched before. I grew up near a big concrete overpass, and I used to wonder if it would be strong enough to withstand such a storm, such a surge. I used to think that if I tied myself to its iron fences come such an occasion, I'd be safe. I'd escape the same fate as Aunt Grace. She had hit her head, but she knew her name and recognized her family. The doctors at the hospital said she was lucky. After being whipped around amid the floodwater and debris, she could have drowned. She should have had a concussion. Many people died of internal injuries after such events. Somehow, preschool-aged Aunt Grace escaped any such outcome. For her part, Aunt Grace relentlessly insisted that she was saved by a mermaid. She said she had purple hair and a teal tail and skin that glistened sparkled in the light. She said the mermaid gave her gills and took her under the sea to Atlantis. She gave her oysters and mussels and showed her beautiful pearls. The gates to her progressive madness had been opened, never to be closed again. "30 years later, Aunt Grace moved in with us. She arrived in June, right at summer's break. I knew, even before Mom told me, that I was going to be her minder. That was my responsibility. At the time, I accepted it without question. Looking back on it now, I realize how unfair it was. I wasn't a professional. I wasn't a psychiatric nurse. I was only 11. She arrived wearing a light green coat. She was always cold and paranoid about the sun. She said that sun would dry her up. Her suitcase was full of seashells. Her brain was full of weird ideas. Her medication was the only thing that kept her manageable, docile. Getting her to take it was a production that worsened as time went on. All of her convictions worsened with time. Initially, no one had paid much attention to little Grace's rambling, although it was odd, since she never before showed much interest in mermaids or fairies or anything magical. Grace said the mermaid took her home and swam right into the swamp with her amid the trees and water sprites. Grace liked water sprites. She said they were friendly. The mermaid, Nerissa, she said her name was Nerissa, could only swim so far into the swamp, though, and warned her to be wary of water witches. They lurked in the murky depths. Aunt Grace swore that it was true. She hated sewers her whole life. They freaked her out. She said the water witches lived in them, forming subterranean covens. She had a good imagination. Even the doctors never denied that. According to Aunt Grace, back when she was a kid, a water witch had reared up at her before she could make it through the swamp to the safe light of day. The old hag reached up and grabbed at her, wishing to drag her down into the muddy depths and devour her, no doubt. Somehow, she escaped into the daylight, but she hit her head in the process. She used to repeat this story with this edge in her voice. It really affected her even years later. Whatever she thought she'd seen that day haunted her. She said she felt dizzy, woozy was the word she used as an adult, and sat out in the safety of the daylight. The water witch was stalking her in the shadowy swamp grove. Grace said she could clearly see her dark form lurking amid the twisted tree trunks, but she eventually gave up. It was far too bright of an hour for her. After that, some neighbors spotted Grace and took her to the hospital where she was eventually reunited with her family. My mother, Beatrice, and her mother were so relieved that Grace was alive. They assumed that all would be well forevermore. But that's not how it happened. Grace was never all there, ever again. At first, her rambling about mermaids had seemed innocent, but it ended up being relentless. No matter how old she got, Grace never stopped ranting, sometimes outright raving about mermaids and witches and whatever else popped into her head. She was obsessed with water. My mother's family lived in a town by the sea, and Grace took to collecting seashells. She begged local restaurants to give her the shells remaining over from clam dinners. Usually the busboys complied, wanting nothing in return but to linger their gazes, perhaps a little too long, on her figure. Aunt Grace had been a looker. She painted the shells diligently, put them into a suitcase, and wandered around the coastline, throwing them in the water as offerings. Occasionally, she even bathed with them. Grace also obsessively collected sea glass and other treasures that she found washed up on the shores. She decorated her room with the findings and declared that it was her octopus garden. She said the mermaid, Nerissa, had showed her such beauty during their time together. She also spent any birthday and Christmas money she got on pearl necklaces. Well, faux ones, since they reminded her of the jewelry that she saw in Atlantis. Grace could not be trusted with income. Her behavior was weird, but not violent and aggressive. Those tendencies only reared up later, when she fixated on pollution and all the damages that it caused to the mer people. No environmental group would keep her on when she started spewing stories about mermaids and sprites and water witches. Worse still, if anyone seemed to question her flood story events, she flew into hysterical rages, scandalized by the thought of not being believed. One sunny Tuesday afternoon in June, she attacked a trio of fishermen, insisting that they were murderers, bringers of death. Finally, Grace got committed to a mental institution. The last straw snapped when she attempted to set fire to the swamp. She said she'd done it to rid the world of the lurking witch. Her plan was to boil her alive, but before the fire could spread enough to do serious damage, the fire department arrived and put out the flames. No one saw a witch, but they did see teenage Grace standing at the edge of the swamp, staring at the flames with a gasoline canister in hand, ranting and screaming and laughing. She was officially handed over to the psychiatric hospital shortly thereafter. My grandparents were hardworking people and loving parents, but they were poor. They could not monitor Grace as closely as she required. Beatrice, Mom, was also working and going to high school and hanging out with her boyfriend, Paolo, who would later become her husband and my father. He worshipped her. He immigrated here alone when he was barely 16. She was his everything, and he was all she saw. It sounds sweet, yet my mother was tormented by that past. She said that she should have paid more attention to her sister. Grace was ill, and Mom blamed herself for that. If I hadn't let go of her hand, if only. She'd say that over and over again, a chorus of regret. Compounding her guilt was the fact that Grace often embarrassed her. Their parents, maintaining an old country mentality, were ashamed of their youngest child's behavior. Mental illness was perceived as taboo. Over the following years, Grace was in and out of mental institutions. She would get out and then do something crazy like strip stark naked on a public beach and get put back in. My mother missed her sister in her absence in an odd sort of way. Self-blame and regret turned into a sort of melancholy meditation. Mom spent hours in Grace's attic room, usually in the wee hours when their parents slumbered, amid the so-called garden treasures derived from the sea. Mom even wore her pearls and tried on her clothes and toted her umbrella around and thought obsessively about her, wondering what it was like inside of her brain. Grace's existence haunted my mother's every moment. Fancy clothes were a staple of my parents' wedding. I've seen photos to prove it. No one had much money, but the women knew how to sew and make themselves look like royalty, making $1 out of 15 cents, as they said. My parents, Beatrice and Paolo, married in the little white church by the bayside. Grace attended the wedding. She wore a turquoise sequin dress that resembled a mermaid's tail. She carried a purple umbrella. At first, it had all gone well. Then Grace learned that salmon was on the menu and had a meltdown of epic proportions. Screaming, shattering glass, kicking, clawing, biting. The cake did not fare well. She was promptly removed from the catering hall and escorted back to the madhouse. None of the guests ever forgot. Over the following years, Grace stayed sequestered, and my grandparents passed away, both prematurely. Overwork and no medical assistance had done them in. I was born. My father got cancer and died, and my mother was left alone. A widow with a 9-year-old child living in an urban jungle of concrete and metal. Around the same time, most psychiatric hospitals were closing down, including the massive state one which housed Aunt Grace. She got moved to a care home, which was a lot smaller and more homely. It was also notably more lax on security. Less than 2 weeks after her arrival, Grace escaped the facility and jumped off of the nearest bridge into the dark water below. She did this at 2 p.m, in broad daylight, and a passerby saw the whole thing. He jumped in and saved her, although Grace was anything but grateful. She fought her savior fiercely. The police and EMS considered it a suicide attempt. Grace claimed it wasn't. "Once I'm underwater, I'll sprout gills and breathe like I did when I was little," she declared hysterically. Mom and I were her only kin left in the country, so the police contacted my mother about the incident. She took me with her as she drove to the hospital and spoke to the doctors. Still racked with guilt over letting go of her sister's hand all those years ago, Mom decided to let Grace come live with us. It was a kind gesture, but problematic. We were poor, and Mom worked all day in a department store. She'd been a cashier since high school. College hadn't been an option for her or Dad, and when he died, we were left with debts, not an inheritance. Mom used to take me to the store because she couldn't afford a babysitter. I loved it. A palace of consumerism where I got to learn about makeup and shoes and shiny jewels befitting of a queen. The department store was my playground, and it made me want to aspire for more, to do better, to afford all the things that Mom couldn't. Maybe that's why I got into pathology. Doctors made money, I was told. But it's a lie. I've got more loan debts than I can handle. The joys of exploring the department store ended when Grace came to stay. I had met Aunt Grace before. I occasionally visited her in the hospital. Mom went much more, though. Grace was always nice to me. She frequently complimented my hair. She said it resembled Nerissa's, with the exception of the color. I wasn't afraid of her, but I was nervous when she moved in with us. I didn't know what to expect. I was with her all day, every day. At first, she was happy sitting in the house watching The Little Mermaid on repeat or taking very long baths all day long. It was bizarre behavior for a woman well into her 30s, but it kept her indoors until it rained. She was obsessive about standing outside during downpours. Puddles delighted her. Despite her weirdness, I did enjoy spending time with Aunt Grace. Her stories were off the wall, but enjoyable, and Grace was always happy and upbeat, unlike my mother, who was quiet and sullen, joyless. Over time, Aunt Grace started to venture out of the house more and more, taking me with her. We would find bodies of water to walk beside, and she would tell me about her undersea experiences of long ago. We would occasionally take the bus to the seaside and collect seashells. We had hours of fun painting them. Mom never did anything crafty like that with me. We would often dress up and pretend that we were attending fine parties in the undersea kingdom of Atlantis. We lounged around like ladies of leisure and imagined dining with Neptune and dancing with nymphs and sprites and admiring the lionfish and flounders, whales and turtles, sand sharks and blue crabs that roamed around the coral castles amid the jellyfish and octopi and starfish. But it wasn't all fun and art. Grace started taking her medication less frequently. When she didn't take her medication, her behavior grew less stable. Her voice shriller. Her words more accusing. Sometimes I secretly pretended that I was at my parents' wedding, witnessing her famous outburst. Normally it was innocent enough. Grace usually only raved about water witches and made no direct threats toward me or anyone else. But for all the fun that we had, I started to notice that sometimes Grace looked different, menacing, as if there were several different people living in her one body. I was unnerved by Aunt Grace sometimes, but I was more unnerved by my own perceptions. They were becoming distorted and confused. It started with dreams filled with water, pouring down on me and submerging me. Then, Atlantis. Every night I dreamt of coral castles and seahorses and merpeople and seaweed. So much So much. Sometimes when I'm awake and standing near water's edge, I think I see the water sprites. Out of the corners of my eye, of course. Water sprites are spry and flighty, but they were here, there, everywhere. I'd spend hours looking out the window at the irrigation system outside and the river and ocean beyond that, and wonder if what I knew of the world was really nothing at all but the bare surface of reality, of possibility. It all morphs into an endless cycle and circle that makes my head throb and bang like a house coming off its foundation. It's akin to a blender or a vacuum, a relentless whirring noise in my head, even though I know nothing's there. The only sound is my voice, which is really merely my thoughts. I'm not thinking out loud. At least I hope I'm not. I don't know anymore. I've been lucky with men. I've only had one boyfriend, Carter, and he wants to marry me. We met at a neighborhood game night, one of the rare events I could attend when Mom was taking a vacation week and could stay home with Grace. We partnered to play charades and got to talking, and the rest is history. He sees the beauty of the cityscape, too. He works with metals. He sees the dignity in structures, streetlights, billboards, concrete, supporting beams, things that most people would find ugly. I suppose his unique viewpoint, a sort of other-mindedness, is what made him so accepting of Grace. I didn't tell him about her at first. All he knew about me was that I was another poor neighborhood kid trying to get by, but we clicked. And I ended up telling him my life story, and by default, Grace's. He was my friend, but I knew from the start that it was deeper than that. I knew we were going to get into a relationship, so he had to know the background of my family, including the reasons why Grace lived with us. I knew he was prepared for her craziness when I finally introduced them. He met her before Mom met him. Yet, I wasn't prepared for just how well he took to her. Carter knew exactly how to humor Aunt Grace, but he never mocked her. Truthfully, I think he was impressed by her storytelling skills. She liked him too. She took well to anyone who would listen to her. Sometimes Carter would accompany us on our night walks. He kept it our secret too. He'd sneak out of his house courtesy of his bedroom window and patrol the neighborhood with us. On those midnight walks, Grace always wore her green coat and talked endlessly about the wonders of Atlantis. It was beautiful there, nothing like the drab city streets. Carter listened with rapt attention and asked the most unusual questions. He was curious about the coral castles Grace described, and she was thrilled to give him more details. I suppose I officially fell in love with him shortly thereafter, where we spent a day on the beach, creating a sandcastle city and adorning it with shells and sea glass. That remains one of my happiest memories. Grace recognized that I was growing up and told me that she didn't mind seeing me kiss Carter. She suspected that we'd end up married long before I did. She even mentioned having had a boyfriend herself once, although I cannot imagine where or how. Perhaps she actually had no boyfriend. She might have made the whole thing up. I should make an effort to get to know my mother as a person more now, since growing up, I didn't really know her at all. I loved her, of course, but her life wasn't easy and it took a toll. Poverty, Dad getting sick, being widowed, being a single mother, being undereducated, working low-wage jobs. Basically, adopting Aunt Grace was just another brick in an already very heavy load. It's no wonder she had no time to spare, to bond. She always seemed so tired and drawn and gray, as if all the life had been systematically, vampirically sucked out of her. Yet I do remember her telling me once about her fascination with the moon. She said when she was little, she was convinced that a man lived on it. She said when she grew up, she wanted to become an astronaut and an engineer so she could both build a rocket and then ride it into outer space to meet him. When Mom met Dad, her Paolo, he became her moon, her stars, her sky, sun, ground, and air, the man of her life. He was 3 years older than her, and he didn't go to school. He didn't even speak English. He was living with a group of other migrants in a small rooming house and doing carpentry work. He only met Mom because my grandfather badly needed the roof retiled, and his back was too bad to do it himself. The first time she saw him, he was standing on the roof of her house. She told me that he happened to glance down, see her looking up, and gave her a smile and a wave that started everything. The last 2 years of his life were tough, a steady downward spiral. And he was young, so young. I never stopped missing my dad, but his final months were so dreadful, so wretched, that I felt an odd sort of relief when he passed away. I miss him terribly. But I do wonder what's out there, sometimes to the point that I think I'm going mad. I think I see things out of the corner of my eyes. Mermaid tails splashing in the bay, harpies flying around the treetops, elves shuffling around the alleyways. I imagine monsters in the sewers and ghosts in the halls. I've become completely convinced that ghosts exist and think I hear ogres stomping around on the roof at midnight. Those are the times when I want to lie still among the sheets until the inner tremors stop. I am tormented by my own mind. At times, it feels like a volcano is erupting in my brain, a tornado is tearing through my cranium, or an earthquake is taking hold of my very soul, shifting my sense into oblivion, like drowning in darkness. Carter and I were in the park one day when a windstorm blew up. The grass danced like an earthquake. For some reason, it made me think of aliens, as if I expected to see a spaceship coming down for a landing. The surface of water reflects like glass. That had been the undoing of Narcissus. It is my fascination. Water has many properties. It's a cleanser and a purifier above all else. We spent as much time as we could in parks. They were scarce in the city, but they existed if one was willing to venture a walk to get to them, and we were more than willing. We were eager. Gardens are so lovely. Plants and flowers are life's gifts, the earth's treasures. They need water to thrive too, Grace used to declare gleefully and repeatedly like a broken record. Just like us. Our bodies are mostly liquid, you know, and there's more water on Earth than land. That's why Atlantis is so vast. The world is so vast and beautiful and lovely. How can one deny the existence of God when there are dozens of tiny heavens all around us? Carter took me to see Monet paintings once at the museum, which was a big date since he'd never been to it either, and I was enchanted by the imagery. Art and literature became part of my life more after that museum visit. Our neighborhood had a surprisingly well-stocked library, and I checked out books about art, both ancient and modern, mythology, Shakespeare. I shared everything with Aunt Grace. We even decided to write our own spectacular show, mermaid-themed, of course. And we had a plot and characters and a few musical numbers and dance routines written down in a spiral notebook. We had hours of fun thinking up such things, especially as we ran around enjoying the spring and summertime. The arts were distilled imagination. They made life worth living. No wonder Aunt Grace had such a flair for the dramatic, the fanciful. The arts could reflect the darkness and light, the good and the evil, the benevolent and the malevolent. I've come to see that most things in life are neither black nor white, but varying shades of gray. Looking back on it, we spent an obscene amount of time lounging around, resting and daydreaming and pretending. We would search for gnomes and pixies and the ever-elusive fairies. We never caught one, but Grace swore that she saw them darting from the corner of her eyes. At first, I didn't believe her, but after a few weeks, I started to see them too. Once, while exploring the woods, we came upon a homeless man. Grace had been refusing to take her medication, and I'd been forgetting to sneak it, so she immediately asked him if he was a wizard and if he'd seen any unicorns or dragons while camping. It was midday, but he was drunk. I could smell the whiskey on him. He started raving at Grace, and I tugged her arm, and we both ran. He simply retreated back to his makeshift abode. But when I was with Grace, I was her protector more than she was mine. It was a daunting but also captivating realization. It gave me an occasion to rise to. I had no friends and little freedom. Carter was my only outlet, my savior. He had a tough, brisk, masculine exterior, but he valued nature. He didn't see much of it growing up, but the significance and dignity of each tree was not lost on him. His parents worked too, singing the same immigrant song of my grandparents, and starting at the age of 10, he planted begonias in the dirt under the tree nearest to their house. He hadn't expected anything to bloom, but the flowers had sprouted wildly. And although unauthorized by the city, no one bothered them. Those flowers were beloved. His grandmother could see them from the kitchen window where she spent most of her time. Red was her favorite color. Carter had that sweetness about him. Until this day, he tends to her garden. It was in the botanical garden that I first realized how dangerous Aunt Grace's solutions could be. We had been frolicking near the pond, a common occurrence. Suddenly, Aunt Grace was behind me, shoving my head under the water. "Open your eyes! Can you see it?" she rambled urgently. Submerged, I couldn't breathe. I tried to scream. Big mistake. My mouth, my lungs filled with water. Only bubbles escaped. I felt myself blacking out, the world growing dark. And then I was suddenly lifted back into the air. I remember the fear that shot through me when I saw the crazed look of glee on Aunt Grace's face. It was the expression of someone devoid of all sense or any reason. "Did you see it?" she kept asking.
"Isn't it beautiful? Let me see your gills."
After that, I made more of an effort to secretly grind up her meds and slip them into her food. It kept her calmer. I cannot help but wonder though, what if she had succeeded in drowning me? Would I have become an angel? Flying in the heavens, playing a harp and laying claims to clouds? Or would I have become a ghost, a wandering spirit? Perhaps my spirit would become a famous resident of the gardens. If my spirit stayed on wandering forevermore amid the tree groves, I would bear witness to changing times, different generations, decades, eons. I have toyed with the notion of killing myself one day, intentionally drowning myself in the pond like Grace nearly had accidentally done when I was a kid. Of course, I don't tell anyone about such thoughts. I don't want to worry them. I don't want to get locked up. It's then that I consider the lure of the water, the temptation to leave my earthly body and exist in spirit form. It wouldn't be hard. I'd simply refuse to go to the light. The water is so peaceful and serene in the sunlight. Maybe I could sprout a fish's tail and live among the koi and merrily eat morsels of bread, socializing within feeding frenzies. It would be an easy life, a good one. If I died in fish form, perhaps I could haunt in fish form too. A ghostly koi. Anything is possible. My auntie told me so. I'm still young enough to get pregnant. The idea of conceiving frightens me, considering that I cannot guarantee that my genes are healthy. How could I condemn a child to a life like that of Grace, ranting and confused and fearful and maniac? I'm hardly so cruel. By September of that first year, Mom switched career paths and hours. Working the night shift at packing plants meant that she could stay with Grace during the day. Mom figured out how to consistently drug Grace up with sleeping pills, and I was an apt pupil learning the techniques. Grace would slumber 8 hours straight, and I would also rest without worrying that she was going to escape from the apartment and try to kill herself again. Grace didn't like living under Mom's watchful eye. She frequently had temper tantrums and would shoot dirty looks and mean stares at her every chance she got. Grace and I formed an even stronger camaraderie after she started perceiving Mom as an oppressor, a guard, a jailer. Despite it all, I was a good kid. I stayed out of trouble. I didn't want to make waves. Grace made enough of those. I didn't rock the boat. I minded my P's and Q's. I walked the proverbial line. But one night, when I was 19, I went to a neighbor's house party and dared to try some whiskey. It was only a few swigs, but it worked fast. Before I knew it, the world was spinning, not like a gentle merry-go-round, but a violent tilt-a-whirl. The party was busy and packed, and no one noticed how tipsy I was. I stumbled out, alone, planning to head home a la the irrigation pathway. To leave, I had to walk down these steep spiral stairs, which were familiar to me because they were identical to the ones in my elevator-less building. But my head was buzzing like a chainsaw. Worse still, the whole way back home, I felt watched and stalked and threatened. It was a disconcerting sensation of being followed by someone or something, like a water witch who dragged itself out of the river to pursue me, bent on eating me like it had intended to eat Aunt Grace decades before. I know it was there. I heard it cackling. Run, rabbit, run. 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 And as I hurried and eventually ran along the concrete path, under the steel metal of the overhead bridge, in the dark of night, barely illuminated by streetlights, shadows reached out toward me, grabbed at me, seeking my end, conspiring with the witches of the water. I was wearing Aunt Grace's favorite green coat, the same one she'd worn on the day that she arrived. I loved its color, and she let me wear it. Perhaps that was the problem. Maybe there really was a witch of the waters, and they were a tracking species. Maybe she thought I was Grace. We bore more than a passing resemblance to one another. The thing about fear is that it morphs, multiplies. There was something behind me. Something with long claws and big teeth and bad intentions. Something that cackled. I was utterly terrified when I got home. It wasn't easy getting up the spiraling stairs. Everything was spinning around and around, but nothing was there. Nothing but shadows and the stairs and the chipped paint and the ugly bare light bulbs that illuminated the slumlord's building that we resided in. It was shabby and old, and nothing worked well. Not the stove, not the electricity, not the plumbing. It was hot in the summer and cold in the winter, one step up from squatting in an abandoned building. But I've never been so relieved to see our rundown apartment corridor. I shook and sobbed with relief when I got in the door of my apartment. I was trembling so badly that I could barely unbutton Grace's coat. I fell into an uneasy, intoxicated sleep, but I dreamt I was awake. I still felt eyes on me. At one point, I was startled awake to find Aunt Grace sitting on my bed. She was staring at me with narrowed, hardened eyes. "I told you," she said. "I told you," she said. I never took as much as a sip of alcohol again after that. Uncertainty and doubt plague many people, but this is more than that. It's a deeper, visceral fear that something deep inside of me is unwinding, if not yet broken. It's a sense of relentless dread. I cannot be happy like this. I cannot carry the torch of hope and sweetness and brightness that my father left me. The darkness is drowning me. At first, it's all blackness, nothingness, a void. Then the dreams come in waves. In most of them, I'm walking in the woods, lost and seemingly alone. At times, those woods resemble swamps, as if Grace transferred some of her childhood memories from her lost days to me. I also dream of women in white, the ghosts of other victims, the missing, the dead, the devoured. I dream of my wedding. Notably, I dream of myself in my wedding dress. I've already purchased it. Aunt Grace helped me select it so it's adorned with pearls. I'm wandering through the swamps at midnight, either being pursued or pursuing something that I can't see or explain, but I know is there. Carter is good to me, but he doesn't understand. His family members are hardscrabble, not nuts, and he doesn't know about the darkest corners of my mind. I tried to keep it that way. We've never lived together. I've always been here for Mom and Grace. That might change now. Aunt Grace died today. Approximately 15 hours ago, I suppose, since it's just after 3 a.m. My mother found her in the tub, submerged within a bath of bubbles, seaweed scrub on her face, pearls around her neck, dead. Her eyes were wide open, as if staring in horror at something, like a ghost or a water witch. Mom screamed and screamed. I was glad I was home. I kept my cool. I called 911. But I cannot unsee the vision of her body or disimagine her specter. I'm sure she's wandering through the garden's woods right now, undoubtedly near the water's edge. The coroner said that her cause of death was a heart attack. Grace didn't exercise much and ate badly. Bad hearts ran in the family, and she hated seeing doctors. It was no surprise. But I can't stop thinking about it. Mom wailed and wailed and wailed. I haven't cried yet. I might be in shock. I spent more time with her than Mom did. I should be hysterical. Instead, I'm numb and tired, but sleepless and restless. I wonder if Carter will let Mom live with us when we marry and I move into his new apartment. He purchased it for me, for us. It's spacious and in a nicer part of the city. I can't imagine leaving Mom alone here with Grace's ghost. The memory of her haunting every nook, cranny, and corner. Perhaps I shouldn't get married. I can call off the engagement. I shouldn't be a mother. Perhaps this is the universe's way of indicating that I shouldn't be a wife either. I'll just stay here in my childhood home with Mom. That might be the best course of action. Carter is a good man. He'll find another woman. One who will make a good mother and an excellent wife, and who doesn't have dreams and delusions and doubts. One who doesn't see mythical creatures and dream about her own ghost. I'm more concerned with Grace's soul than my own, though. I still have my earthly body. Hers is in the morgue, on a gurney, lying still under a tarp and stucco ceiling and fluorescent lights. She must be so confused. I've heard that EMS workers report paranormal encounters at higher rates than other professionals. I wonder if either of the ones who came here today heard or felt her. Was she trying to get back into her body? Was she screaming, raving, hitting them? I've heard that ghosts can touch you if they really want to. Somehow, I doubt all of that, though. Neither EMS worker had seemed alarmed. The only one screaming was Mom. Otherwise, it was quiet. Eerily quiet. Before they came, you could hear a pin drop, aside from Mom's sobs. And even when they picked up the body and covered it and hauled it away, they worked with a silent diligence that was somehow stoic. I suppose I could tell myself that Grace is freer now. That's what I told myself when my dad died. But my dad had been very sick for a very long time. Grace had been well, or seemed well. If she had pains, she didn't report them. So this feels more like a robbery than a transition into another life. A new body for an old soul. She's gone, but should be here. She's in the wind when she should be in bed. I don't think she's really gone. I should go to the botanical garden and find her. Surely she's wandering there, her feet not quite touching the earth. She won't reincarnate. She'll refuse. She'll fight St. Peter at the pearly gates, and he'll have no choice but to send her back to earth, back to the garden with its sturdy trees and tranquil ponds, back to where she assumes she belongs. I've felt this way before about some of the bodies I've worked on, the young ones especially, car crash victims, gangland homicides. Sometimes I think I do see and hear their spirits begging me to revive them. Often I speak to them and hope that my boss won't come in. I cannot offer them the comforts that they seek, the promise of their old life and body that's already gone before they get wheeled in front of me. But I offer them advice. I tell the spirits to roam and wander, to see the world if they can. I have no idea if they are bound to certain areas or select to stay near their life's turf. There are conflicting reports about that. But I tell the spirits if they can wander, do, for there is much to see in the world. Aunt Grace hadn't taken that chance in life, and now she never will. In death, though, perhaps she will, if she takes a notion to drift out of her comfort zone. I assume that she will go back to the water, seeking the mermaids. She always wanted to rejoin them. Her kinship with them was stronger than that of any human, even me. Of course, it was all made up inside of her head, but Grace lived inside of her head. She liked it there. The mer people were real to her. Perhaps in the next life, they're real to everyone. Who knows? Anything is possible. Mom is sleeping, finally. I thought she'd never find peace again. I considered slipping her a sedative. I'm glad it didn't come to that. I've never seen her this upset, not even when Dad passed. It might have been better if I found Aunt Grace, but who knows? Mom will need time to recover from this, but I'm sure she will. She and Grace hadn't been as close as she wished, and that will at least help to dull the pain some. At least I assume. We'll soon see. As for me, I'm fine. I know that Grace isn't truly gone. I now have a new purpose in life. To find her ghost, track her spirit, reconnect. I'll do that tomorrow after I make the funeral arrangements. There are several parts of the garden where she'll likely lurk. Once I find her, reestablishing our repertoire will be easy. She'll wait for Mom and me. Perhaps one day we'll all wander in her garden together. The weight of my strangely dry grief is bearing down on me, like an anchor slamming down on my frame, a skeleton jumping my bones. I am waiting for the floodgates to open. My eyes should be wet. The stress and anxiety and fears are coming. I can control them no more than I can control the tides. I suddenly want my paper doll collection, the one I cherished as a little girl. Grace and I would dress them up together and dance with them. We always strove to be chipper, despite knowing that death loomed. Here, there, everywhere. I realize that this whole train of thoughts really is nothing more than the midnight musings of a grieving woman with a troubled past who cannot sleep after the death of a loved one. I can draw my own conclusions, right or wrong, as should everyone. I cannot think in chronological order. My memories are jumbled, a dance of craziness and confusion. It seems to me that static is the language of the void, the twilight between life and death. If you listen to it carefully, you'll hear voices. I fancied myself a connoisseur of static, but I can't take it anymore. There are too many pleas, too much need. I am a mere mortal amid the chaos of the cosmos. I'm afraid to bathe. I'm afraid ice blocks will fall on me, punishment for my lack of tears. I should feel guilty and sad. Instead, I worry about the knots in my hair, and I cannot stop thinking about the storm that whisked Aunt Grace away all those years ago. Now she's been whisked away again, and this time she'll stay gone. The storm of life takes no prisoners. Maybe she found her undersea castle, her Atlantis, her devoted subjects, and her great hall. As I lay me down to sleep, I try to imagine it, and I hope that it's true. I try to be optimistic. I hope the mortuary did a good job with her makeup. She'd want to look good when she embraced death, or the afterlife, or whatever. Who knows? Anything is possible. I wonder if death will come for me young, like it had Grace, and my father, and my grandparents. I wonder if I'll end up in a padded room. I wonder if I should call off the wedding, continue school, or quit. Yet above all else, I wonder if I'm destined to descend down the same dark hole as Grace. I think of graveyards and skeletons, where and what Grace will soon be. I think of those old cartoons, those illustrated dancing bones, drawn toothy smiles. Why should skeletons not dance and guard their graves as ghosts? Are they not us? Departed? It is a shame that I do not know any magicians. They could fix this. They would be able to conjure something, although Aunt Grace would disagree. She didn't like magicians. She said they were charlatans. She said wizards knew better, but I've never even seen a wizard. Magicians occasionally appear on street corners, performing for tips. I've seen them. Once the newspapers reported that one had murdered his sidekick. He'd been caught red-handed, cleaning up the scene. His sidekick is on the other side now. Spirits lingering, old souls, poison, skulls and bones are symbolic of pirates and poison, tainted by the noise and chaos and disorder of the world, both past and present. I wonder if I should take up art or cave exploration, something involving glitter and crystals and prettiness. Mom might be interested in such a hobby too. We should do it together to bond. I should look at more galaxy photos with her. She loves those. She's still fascinated by space. So am I. Space is so vast. Surely we aren't alone. Even if mermaids don't exist, and they might, scientists do not discredit the possibility of alien life. It's fascinating to consider what forms it might take. Part of me still believes that the center of the moon is filled with glitter. Fabulous, beautiful glitter. It's the closest thing to stardust that us Earthlings will ever see. I should adorn myself in glitter in memory of Grace. She would approve. I'd refuse to ever wash it off.
Endless and depth. knows what creatures lurk beneath its surface. So much remains unexplored, untapped, unacknowledged. It ends in a waterfall, an edge, ring around the rosy, pocket full of posies, ashes, ashes. We all fall down. There are no survivors.
I'm afraid to step into the shower. I fear looking down and seeing a water witch, Jenny Green Teeth, staring up at me from the drain, sharp teeth gnawing at the grate. I once had to take a shower during a power outage. I couldn't do it in the dark, sure that a bony hand would reach out and grab me. I took a flashlight in with me. Grace assured me that water witches and sirens and all things watery and predatory detest bright lights. But I kept jumping at shadows, seeing talon-like fingers and sharp teeth on the tiled walls. And from way down within the pipes, I heard cackling. There is no resolution. Of course there isn't. But I remember the lights and the shadows in the tub, and I want to scream myself into oblivion. I stand under the shower spray sometimes and let the water rain down on me. It seems like it would be fun to shower under dancing shadows, but it wasn't. It was menacing. I know what lurks in water. While I showered, Grace stood outside, banging a pot and pan together and singing off key. La 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 la. She said that the Chinese scared demons off with loud noises. If it worked for them, it might work for us. Whatever was down in the pipes, because there was surely something down there, wanted my attention. It whispered and cackled and mocked. I held my ground. I refused to take the bait. Grace said the showers in the asylum had been similar. Dark, quick, usually too cold. If I took a shower in the dark now, would Grace's ghost come to protect me? She said the attendants at the asylum had promised her protection while she showered, and while I know that they were merely humoring her, I was touched by that display of kindness. Grace used to sing in the shower.
Her favorite tune was an old seafaring shanty called What Will We Do with the Drunken Sailor? I have no idea how she learned it. She insisted Nerissa the mermaid had taught it to her. She sang it well. Off-key, yes, but that somehow made it more haunting and memorable. If I listen closely, I think I can hear her. I find myself unable to stop imagining Aunt Grace in the asylum's communal shower, leading the other women in elaborate song and dance routines fit to rival a Broadway production. An unhinged version of the Rockettes. It's a ridiculous concept, of course, but it was the sort of thing she'd do. When she lived with us, she danced around quite often. She loved music. The radio was rarely switched off. When she sang in the shower, she'd call through the door and encourage me to join in. More often than not, I did. Say what you will about her, but I'm fairly certain that she found a way to enliven even the most sterile, clinical spaces. I suppose that was her way of coping, of controlling her utter dread of possibly looking down to see witchy eyes staring up at her from the depths of the drain. It was better to sing than scream. I wonder if I'll experience such showers one day. I know the big asylums have largely closed down, but I wonder. The shower looks like a padded cell, except it's harder and colder. Everything industrial has its place, its purpose, its function, unlike people. Some of us seem to have no function whatsoever, no use, no strength, no mission. Carter told me he likes working on fans most. He punches in every day and watches the clock. He avoids the dreaded pink slip. He has promised to build me a greenhouse one day. He knows how much I enjoy the one in the public gardens. I'm dreaming again. I'm running, of course, and in the woods as usual. I'm running from something bigger than a water witch, though. I'm running from the apocalypse. Toward the end of her life, Grace had gotten obsessed with the end of the world. She'd mentioned this world view occasionally in the past, but it got much worse in the last few months. Grace would go on and on and on about astral planes and astral projection and all this new age type stuff that she'd never paid much attention to before. She suggested that the rapture was coming, but we would all be safe since if she was authorized to converse with mermaids, then she would surely be allowed to associate with angels, and they would save us all. Maybe the heavens should open up and drown the world. It's happened before, Noah's Ark and all that jazz. I bet Grace's ghost is already residing in the greenhouse of the botanical gardens. She had always loved that greenhouse, but toward her last days, she started incorporating it into her end time storyline. She said that the greenhouse was a portal into another world, another realm, another dimension. She tried to break into it once. I'm surprised that no alarms sounded. Spirits can lay claim to any greenhouse that they please. The whole garden is now her realm. I suppose I should have drowned myself years ago. Grace and I should have done it together. I find myself thinking of the ocean, the deep blue sea. I hope Grace is there now. I envision her dancing, celebrating, making sense of the noise and the lights and the chaos from which she came, from which we all came. Her very bones reverberated with glee. She knew how to walk the lines of the world that she'd created inside her head. The line between acceptable and unacceptable. The line between darkness and light. The line between femininity and vulgarity. but she did as she pleased, usually when it pleased her to do so. And that's got to count for something. Colors and dancing and excess, we are all just flesh and bone. Why shouldn't we celebrate who we are and the brilliant, mad universe that created all things, ourselves included? Why shouldn't we wander and ponder, aspire and dream, scream and laugh, connect and disconnect, sleep, eat, party and indulge merriment like we will never have the chance again? We might not. It's a mad world of mayhem. We should embrace the afterlife. Surely it's not crazy to expect an afterlife, something more. It may be better than this life. It may be worse. And all follow that mayhem down, down, down into the mad sea of dreams and shards of memories, like grace. I'll be another soul, another psyche, another spirit residing in the dark hole of her garden of madness.
Woman who knows. She is woman